Okay, we are live. I just posted something ridiculous. That's why I'm a little late today. Somebody added the e/puff. That's so funny. uh, okay. Let's post some stuff with this. And then we'll get started on dev. It'll be fun. Let me just I'll do one thing real quick before we start. Oh, cool. Huh. This is cool. He's back doing Minecraft stuff. That's awesome. One sec, guys. This is cool. This looks cool. I want to see what he's doing with this real quick, and then we'll start dev. That's so bait. That is so bait. Okay. Yeah. I've not engaged with this style of programming at all. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Graduate student descent. Yep. Mm-hmm. Is my desktop audio muted? Shouldn't be. What's this closed captioning? Okay, I see what he's doing. Yeah, I see what he's doing. Okay. Trying to automate optimization of prompts for specific tasks. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna let him finish this, guys, and then I'm gonna start on the MOBA dev. I don't know if it's getting desktop audio or not, but his stream is on X. Mm-hmm. Huh. Version, is he making Git for prompts? What? Yeah, you can serialize functions. Is there no closed captioning? Oh, no closed captioning is annoying. MOBA dev starts in a minute. Will's cool though, and I want to let him go explain this. This is cool. I don't know if it's getting desktop audio. We don't hear him? Okay, I'll fix that after this. You can click his stream for now. I'll be starting MOBA dev in 1 second here anyways. And I'll fix that stream element in a bit. He's on X right now, William Gus. Okay, so what he's doing is he's building like a functional versioning and functioning for functionals functions and versionings for prompts to language models. I got baited by this though. Okay. It's kind of cool how quickly he was able to build something like this, I will say. Mm-hmm. I'm here. Though you have very long explanations here, well. He's a good salesman. He's got very long pitches, though. My gosh. Hey, Noah. I'll be on the MOBA in a second. At least I see what he's building. I've always been wondering what the heck Will's up to. So, now I know. I'll tell the little story about Will as well. Because Will's cool. In a second. Oh, he builds computation graphs of prompts. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. So it's like chaining together little pieces of prompts. Okay, so he's doing a LangChain-y like thing with additional nice things. Okay. That's funny. Since you're not getting audio, so to summarize in my own words, he has a little framework that lets you write prompts as functions, store all versions of them, and generate computation graphs over different functions so that you have computation graphs of different functions that are prompts to a language model. So you can chain together little pieces of language model outputs. Okay, I see what he's doing. It's cool. All right, cool. So yeah, I I didn't expect him to give such a long-winded explanation, but he does work on cool stuff. Will is previously OpenAI. Before that, CMU, I briefly ran into him as a PhD student. He's also behind Mineral, which is like the Minecraft binding, the Minecraft AI bindings for stuff. Really cool project. I don't advocate this for like RL from scratch, but that doesn't mean there aren't a ton of other things you can do with it. So really, really cool project, big project, huge amount of work. And he's built some startups and stuff as well. So real cool guy. So welcome. Today we're gonna do some cool MOBA stuff. I'd also like to mention this ridiculous article that I wrote. It's on X. This is a thing that exists. I've been tempted to write this up as an article for a while, but you can go check it out. It's pretty short if you're looking for some entertainment. Pufferlib is at 689, which is fantastic, so thank you for the support on that. And now let's take a look at the actual project that we're supposed to be working on today. So I've got a few things with this. I had some difficulty with the sweeps, the Wanby sweeps integration for some reason overnight. I did launch a new one. Where is it? 7 hours ago. Did this actually work? Oh. It looks like it did actually work. Never mind. Yeah, I guess this did work. Cool. So we have here. Actually, this is really good. Actually, this is like really good. Huh. So we have this automatic hyperparameter sweep over the environment, and it's finding us better and better, parameters to train the model with. What is this one here? This is big mini batch size. Train batch size of, hold on. Let's see what's train batch size is like 1 million. So really quite large batch sizes. And then gamma, lambda, okay, some values in there. Reasonably high entropy coefficient, cool. 4 update epochs is a little bit weird, but we will keep this for now. So yeah, let's look at this model. As I think it's, where did it go? Wait, where did our good one go? We just had a good model. Where did it go? Yeah, there we go. This one. Ooh, look at that. They're leveling up. You see that? We got some reward here for taking towers. It looks like they actually stopped just like rushing mid and they're starting to farm more. Do we have overall reward somewhere? Yeah, look at this. Pretty solid. I'm assuming this is going to be somewhat slow. Yeah, this only trains at about 300,000 steps per second, but that's still reasonable. So why don't we go launch this as a standalone experiment, and we'll see what we get out of this. And then we'll have lots and lots of stuff to do on this project today. We'll start by training a model, and then we're going to clean up a whole bunch of stuff around the project. We're going to get stuff into a format where like creep scale properly, skills are usable. We'll start balancing stuff, right? We'll set stuff up so we can really, really easily balance things. And we'll generally start cleaning up this project because this is not that far off from a releasable state. So yeah, let's start it here. This is the machine where I was running stuff. Did I change anything? And let's see the exact hyperparameters. We're just going to set these as the default so that we can run this. They're logged for us right here. We've got a stupidly large batch size. 1,024,000. Mini batch size of 64K, which is huge. BPT horizon of 1, that's really awkward. I'm sure that these aren't actually optimal hyperparameters. They're just like, you know, better than whatever we had. So once we run really good sweeps, we're going to find stuff that's way, even way better than this. Flip cliff. Entropy coefficient is almost the same as what we guessed, which is kind of funny. It's usually a decent starting point, like 001, 002, or whatever. Usually a decent starting point. Lambda, this is a really stupid lambda value. This is way too low. So I'm assuming that this can even do way better than it's doing now. Gamma, this is a somewhat reasonable gamma value, though it's still very low. This is like a very short-term, very greedy agent. Oh, how did you set up hyperparam sweeps? This is integrated with pufferlib. We've got a WAN-B sweeps integration that makes it very easy to launch many jobs, choosing hyperparameters from specific sections. So this is just overrides here. There's a default that I have that has like reasonable ranges for most of the default hyperparameters. Here I increased the batch size so that it could use larger batch sizes and stuff. But yeah, that's what we do. It makes it very, very easy. It's one of the big things I'm happy with Puffer. And then very low learning rate is interesting. Oops. Max grad norm. Probably we didn't even need to sweep quite all of these. Total time steps is, this is 400 mil that we did. 424. We'll use the exact value here. Even though I really should not. Actually, 500 mil is fine. Let's just do 500 mil. Where in the library is it set up? It's just in the demo file. I try not to add, like, if you think about it, like, WAN-B already has their own sweeps library. So why would I put a wrapper for an existing library, like, into the core of Puffer, right? I'm just going to give you a demo file that has, like, the simplest way that I found to use it, right? I'm not going to add yet another layer on top of an existing library. So it's just in the demo file, and the configs are already set up for it. Okay, so this should be all of our hypers. Isn't integrate rand WAN-B sweeps just defining a sweep config YAML file? Kind of, but like, if there weren't so many ways to shoot yourself in the foot with it, then yes. I'll put it that way. mean, frankly, like the demo for Puffer, it's not like the demo for Puffer is just meant to be a really, really good starter, like really, really good starter code for just about whatever you could want to do, right? So it has like all the stuff that you'd want already set up without you having to spend a few hours debugging arcane API bullshit. And then, I spent a few more hours trying to make stuff nice, stuff like that, right? One plus one. Welcome. Is it still running the sweep? Yeah, it is. But what sweep is it running? Headphones look cool. I actually forgot that I don't need these. I'm literally not listening to anything. I had these on because I was looking at Will's stream before. So, is this really 7 hours ago is when I did this? So 1:40. I guess I did do this at like 6 a.m. or something, 7 a.m., right? So I guess that's correct. Yeah. Do I want to train over this? I guess so, right? How well is this one doing at the moment? Is this like doing godly? No, this is a bad run anyways. Okay. I'm fine killing this for now. It's not a carb sweep anyways. The carb sweep, something weird happened with it. So we just used the Bayesian sweep as a backup because I woke up this morning and it wasn't working. So I did this one instead. So we're going to launch this in the background to run us like a 500 mil or so. And hopefully this will give us trained checkpoints of our best set of hyperparameters found thus far. We'll see if it does anything interesting. It might have just found a weird way to reward hack. I have no idea. I see the stream is warmed up now. So the quick update from overnight is just that we ran a small basic hyperparam sweep. This is by no means optimal. But we found something that looks like it should be substantially better than the model from before. The way that the sweeps integration works, though, at the moment is to prevent it from creating a bajillion files. It just finds you the hyperparameters. It doesn't actually save all the checkpoints for everything. I will have to fix that in the future. But yeah, so we're going to retrain that now. We'll make sure that it reproduces the run, which is a nice sanity. We'll load that up and we'll go from there. I'm going to be trying to balance the game and enable some of the better features today. I'm going to be trying to clean up a bunch of stuff and make this into something that's close to releasable state. I'm a little bit late on the stream today because I was doing this thing. Where is it? So, if you're looking for a fun, dumb article to read, there's a fun, dumb article on X. All right. We're going to just put this in the background then for now. And let's see. Oops, move this. Let's see what we're going to do here. So the first thing was agents not being able to use skills at the moment. is very wonky. This is simply because I disabled the, I just disabled the option because I thought that it was bugged. So we're going to re-enable that. Yeah, we're going to re-enable that. And the one slightly annoying thing about that is it can potentially make this new model that we're going to train not work with it. So let me see one thing. How long is this going to take? I don't want to just be sitting here waiting for it. 25 minutes? Okay, so in the meantime, we'll start looking at how to clean up a few other things before we add the skills back. We'll probably, like, start on the refactor, basically. There's a whole bunch of hard-coded mess at the moment. I want to see how I should level up skills. Because I think most of the hard coding comes from these skills. I could technically just leave them like this, right? Pros and cons. Well, you need to know the damage scaling and stuff for this. So I think I need to figure out how I want to handle scaling in the game. That's a good question. That actually kind of relies on more knowledge of how MOBAs work than I might have. I did a little bit of research before, and it looks like character stats have fixed just flat scaling per level. It's different for every class, but they do have just their own individual flat scaling per level. Spells are different. Spells have a fixed 3 levels to them, or 4 levels. I forget. Depends on the game. And that can do a lot of stuff. I think usually mana cost goes up. But usually mana cost goes up. But the player is also getting more mana through level ups and items. Damage, of course, usually goes up. Sometimes durations go up. Sometimes cooldowns go down, right? Interesting. I could make... There are a lot of things I could do with this. So I could make a struct. I could make some structs. Maybe I could make like a struct to represent a skill that has all of the different costs associated and all the different stats of the skill. And then when you call the skill, you just get all the params from the associated struct, I guess. That seems kind of messy, though. Like, you almost want to have this information in a data file, right? You almost want to have this, like, in a config file or something. But that doesn't help me because, like, you still need a way to load that stuff in. And I don't want to just for the sake of not having variables hard-coded in line, I don't want to add, like, another config system and 100 lines of loader and 200 lines of constants, right? This is already too much code. I want this to be shorter. So I guess the thing that I'm trying to figure out right now, the problem I'm trying to solve isn't necessarily the card coding directly. The problem I'm trying to solve is scaling. How do we handle scaling? Well, I can make it a fixed... I could potentially make it fixed 3 levels. Is that good? I could also, for every skill, I could just define a flat amount of scaling per level, right? So let's say that it's like there are 30 levels, right? And I have 300 to start. I could just add 10 damage per level, and then it'll be 600 damage, right at level 30. I could do that. I don't even necessarily like the way that I have all these skills. Looks good, yeah. I'm trying to figure... This is kind of important. I mean, maybe I can find some clues on how I want to do this more broadly across the code base. But essentially, like, I want to make this... I'm trying to, like, build this out now where enemies have to level up over the game and stuff has to scale, right? And I'm trying to find a nice way to organize all of that so that we'll have nice, clean code. Like, most of this is fine the way it is. There are a couple things where constants need to be maybe pulled out. There's some scaling stuff like this that I don't like. I mean, this could potentially be a property of the player. I can do like damage scaling or like damage per level, health per level. That would make sense because it's specific anyways to the player, right? That also makes it easier if I want to do like range creeps in the future with different scaling. If I just attach it to the struct itself. That is decent. I also really don't like the way that I have to call skills right now. This is gross. Right? This is really gross. So the way that I would do this outside of Sealand, right, is that I would have the like player itself would have... Well, I know how to do this with subclasses, right? You have like a support subclass or whatever, and that subclass has its own Q, W, and E skills associated with it. I don't think it should be any harder here. I just have to think of how I do it in this setting. I could do it with function pointers. That seems gross, though. Lots of if else is good. Not really. See, the thing I don't like about this is the fact that I have all these chain of statements like this. But then I also have the skills factored out, right? So like I have this gross nesting, and I have the skills are separate functions, so I don't even have the details right here. Well, I can fix the PID thing, because the PID I now have classes, so I can just have... I can go over PIDs, that's fine. Do I want to do function pointers? I don't even know if you can store function pointers in structs, can you? In Cython structs. You probably can, right? I don't know if I want to, though. No idea, yeah. Well, I mean, this type of dev is a little bit boring to watch sometimes, but it's very necessary. And this is frankly one of the crucial things that you have to do that makes the difference between you having a crap project and having one that's nice, is actually spending the time that it takes to think through how you want to have things structured nicely. And you have to not get too clever about it either. Brain is getting out of bounds. Yeah, you have to not get too clever about it either. Like, the goal is to not to come up with like a bunch of fancy layers of indirection. The goal is to find like a simple, direct way to do it. I kind of don't mind the function pointers thing though. So the way that I would do this with function pointers, The only reason I'm hesitant, let me just go through my logic here. So the only reason I'm hesitant to do this with function pointers is that the way that you represent a function, like a reference to a function in C or Cython, is kind of gross and can be kind of buggy. I wouldn't hesitate to do this at all if I were writing this in Python, because it's incredibly easy. You just do like, player.q equals skill support hook or whatever, right? It's incredibly, incredibly easy. Does the client also take into consideration for the execution? Don't the clients also take in consideration for the execution time? I don't exactly know what that means in this case. Not sure what you're asking. If I give this thing function pointers, it's actually incredibly easy, because then this whole code just becomes, if use q, then player.q, elif use w, player.w, elif use e, player.e, else basic attack. And you don't have this loop over everything. So then it makes sense to have all the skills defined as separate functions, which is nice. If else takes lots of time, then the function pointers. This is a negligible amount of time either way, so this is not a performance consideration. Because right now, the game has to loop over all of the NPCs and stuff as well, right? So if the game has up to like 200 creeps and neutrals combined in towers that are alive at the same time, and there are only 10 players, a few if statements applied over players like this does not make a difference. If there were tons of conditionals applied over every single creep as well, then yes, that would make a difference. But this is not a performance issue. This is purely a making the code not garbage issue. I kind of like the idea of doing this with function pointers. Let me see what the syntax looks like for that to see if I actually want to commit to it. Double star f type. Wait, cdef. What? C type def double star f type. Oh, I see. That's not that bad. I think then it's... I forgot that this is how it works in C. Okay, so I think that all I have to do is... where we have player... void. I think the skills return void, right? Skill... yeah, void entity target. Void skill. So this is going to be a skill. Skill that takes entity. Is this valid? If I try to compile this, does this build? Cannot be a Python object. Ah, because classes aren't. Okay. Hmm. Interesting. So it doesn't like that this is a class method. Does it have to be? I think it does have to be a class method though, because certain skills need to do scans and stuff. Pretty obnoxious. Double some detail. I don't know how we get pointers for this. Hmm. Is this a smart idea in the first place? Oops. Hold on. Restream's being weird. Okay, whatever. So what I'm trying to do here, let me be clear. So I've got this MOBA, right? And I want each player to have different skills. But I'd like them to be able to have pointers to those skills, if possible. I don't know if you can do that. Is there a better way to do that? Or is this just one of these limitations of Cython? Is there any other way that I'm overlooking? I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is where it makes the most sense to do this. This is totally where it makes the most sense to do this, right? Yeah, it has to be. So I gotta figure out a way to do this. We're gonna try ChatGPT, and it's gonna waste my time as always, but you know, maybe once in a blue moon. Once in a blue moon it actually does something. Oh yeah. Check this out. I was generating tech wizards. I was generating like tech wizards for the article. Okay. I define a how do I a function Cython struct contain a pointer to a Cython class method. Is this thing right? I think this is just what I just did and it didn't work, right? Star method pointer. Oh, I think I might just have the syntax wrong, actually. Yeah, hold on. I just might have the syntax for doing this wrong. Entity star. Is this it? Or does this still not work? Pointer base cannot be a... Yeah, it's the same issue. So I think that, I think literally ChatGPT just did the same exact thing I did, right? Because this looks clean if you could do this. Cython classes. Method bridge. Okay, I see. So there is technically a way around this. I just don't know if it's worth it. So what they're saying here is that you can say, well, you can take a pointer to a method. You see? Wait, well, this doesn't... The thing this just defined doesn't make any damn sense. But I think I see what it was trying to do. Let me think if that makes any sense. So... ChatGPT is always dumb, I swear. It's like whenever I'm stuck on something, it's like never right. Right? Like if I'm stuck, it's basically always stuck. Today's stream is less heat, I guess. It's Saturday. Oh. It's Friday in the US. I do work Saturday as well, but I work off stream. How do I get around this? And it's fine to have just some chill stream days. I actually have to get work done as well, right? I'm not just here entertaining and answering tons of RL, like basic RL questions, right? Like that's fun sometimes, but it's good to get this simulator into shape. And sometimes you have to do the hard and boring work, right? So I mean, this is just a straight Cython problem with the way that it represents classes as Python objects because they're technically exposed. And this has to have the arguments to be, it can't just be an untyped. I forgot that it needed to know the call and return types for the stack. I know why it needs them, but I'd forgotten about that for some reason. If I just put void star, does that work? Now let's see if I do skill Q, right? And then I do, let's just pick a Q skill. There's so many questions around whether this works. So, skill Q. Let's just put it here. This is a test. So it doesn't like this. Skill is not a type identifier. Well, this is... I know how to fix this. While your environment runs at 1 million steps, I have a custom env that runs at 2 steps per second. I would suggest making it faster. It's very hard to do anything meaningful on an environment that runs 2 steps per second. I was told that they were running Dota at like half of real time, each instance of the game for OpenAI 5. Ours are going to be running at 20,000 times real time. You know, you could use 100,000 cores, or you could just make your env like 40,000 times faster. Hmm. I have not done enough C++ to know if what I'm doing makes any sense at the moment. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, I gotta think of a way around this because I don't think that this is going to be a fruitful approach. I think this is like bumping up against the limitations of Cython here. Sadly, the environment has some expensive calculations, like conditional entropies of stuff that just takes long. Are those conditional entropies implemented in Python by any chance? Two steps per second is just not happy place for RL. That's just like, the point of RL is that it can just ingest tons of data, right? If you don't have tons of data to ingest, I mean, it's like trying to insist that you do ChatGPT, but with a 10 million parameter model. C with Python bindings? Jeez. Well, have you timed it in C to see if the Python bindings are just garbage? Because I've seen that happen before where, like, the CEnv is fast and the Python bindings are garbage. Ideally, you want all static data structures that are just memory shared between Python and C. OpenAI uses RL? Yeah, of course. They were one of the biggest contributors to RL back in 2018. Possibly the biggest contributor. Hmm. Yeah, there's like no way to put all these skills into an array. Google bar? I don't know what Google bar is. Oh, Bard. I honestly haven't heard of that project in a while. That was one of their was that their search thing or their language model thing? I don't know. I haven't seen them publishing a ton of RL lately outside of DeepMind. I really don't like the way that this is at the moment. So I actually like this type of logic here. We're gonna take this out of conditionals. I like having like flat define logic on stuff. So if we have like an init script, right, where it's like 300 flat lines or something, and it just goes through and it like allocates all of the, the specific agent stats that are needed, that's fine. I really don't like this the way it is now, though. Basically, I have a Bayesian network that I use to calculate the expected information gain of each action over the system. Jeez. Solving corrective maintenance, finding the root cause of failure in a system. Actions are diagnostic tests to execute to gain information about the system. Whew. Yeah, that's hard. That's one of those problems where if you don't have human data and your sim is slow, then you're in an unenviable position. Because that's not the good, like, that's not where RL shines, right? RL shines when you have unlimited data. Hmm. It's so obnoxious that I can't just type player.skill equals function. Why do I need this to be like this again? Right, this is... Jeez. Yeah, this is really where you hit the annoyances with Cython, I guess. Hmm. This is bad. I don't think either of those are better than GPT-4. Currently, episodes are around 10 steps per episode. Well, how big is the action space, though? Hmm. And the state space, like, can you cache the results of these sims and then reuse them? You know. I would look for stuff to cache Noah. Like, I don't know what sim you're working with, but like, let's say that you have a sim where like there are 10,000 states and like these that are really, really expensive to compute. I just pre-compute all of them. Probably you don't have that. Probably you have a problem where it's way harder to cache, but 12 actions. Well, not bad. Is the initial state of the simulator always the same? Because like actually what I would do is I would just cache everything, right? Like the results of the sims even. By cache, I mean if you have like state, like the state of the simulator and then the action that is called, you get a new state of the simulator, or you get results from the simulator. After you run it the first time, I would store the state of the simulator and the results, if you're capable of doing that, so that you don't have RL constantly recomputing the same data when it's running the same sequence of actions. So that way, at least, like, your simulator gets faster and faster the more you play with it, right? Because if you cache it, you'll get millions of, you'll get like 10 million steps per second plus for things you've already seen. So you'll only ever be spending compute on new simulation steps. Something like that is what I would do. Not knowing anything about your problem. This is going to drive me nuts. This is really going to drive me nuts. Maybe I'll try that, thanks. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. So, it's just, the thing that's so obnoxious here, right, is like, when you spawn all these agents, you have to go over the different types to assign their class and stuff. And like, this is where it would make sense to assign their skills. So the fact that I then have to, at the bottom of the code, loop over the agent type again in order to do this is obnoxious. Is this the world's dumbest article? This is so stupid. This is valid but not important. This is stupid. Yeah. Oh, look, a Rust person. Of course it's a bad take. I don't know. Let me think about how I can do this. There's got to be some way to cheat like a pointer. So the reason that I have this problem... Hey, Trey. I swear, like, Rust is the arch Linux of the programming world, where it's like a really cool community of people that are really passionate about tech, doing stuff in a way that's just like utterly stupid for actually getting anything done. Yeah, you joined at a funny time. I just saw this. I always, every time I look up Cython anything, I see this really dumb bait article here. Like, dude, if you're gonna write a bait article, at least write a good bait article, okay? Here, I wrote one of them today. Maybe you'll get a kick out of it. This is on X. Have fun. Do I need to have this be a class in Cython? Like, if this is not a class, then this problem is solved. What if if the environment were a struct instead of a class, what would happen? Well, the only thing that's a problem is I need a way to store that struct persistently in Cython, right? Because you can't return structs. Can you return structs from Cython to Python? Hmm. Convert it to a dictionary. Okay, this is not good. So you need, like, this. That's really weird. So you need a class just for the API, I guess. Eye cancer and the boilerplate to do anything is written. Yeah. It's god awful. So let me tell you what I'm trying to do. Maybe you know this. So this logic is disgusting, right? I already have to do player conditional logic when I create all the players. And what I want to do is do, like, you know, For the support, player.skillQ equals skill support hook, player.skillW equals skill support AoE, and so on and so forth, right? So just give the player struct pointers to the function. Now you can do this by type defing a function pointer, and then what you should just be able to do is you should be able to put in your struct, you should be able to put skill as an element of your struct, right? You just have a data type skill. It's C-type def, it's a C-type, it should work. Now the issue, not this void star, this was me messing with it, trying to make it work, is that this environment star is a pointer to a CDEF class. And a CDEF class is not a C-type. It is a Python type, because that's how class wrappers are treated. So I need a way around that. Can I C-type def a class? It doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, so anything that any method of a class is also a Python object. That's obnoxious. So I'm not attached to object-oriented programming in the least. Like, I have no attachment to this class whatsoever. I'd be very happy to have environment just be a struct that has all this stuff in it, right? But then the thing is, like, the struct has to live in C. It can't live in Python and keep getting converted back and forth to it can't keep getting converted back and forth via dictionaries. That's really slow. I think technically I could come up with, I could make like an environment struct and an environment class. And if the class has the struct, then the pointer can take the environment struct instead of the class. And then most of these other methods will come out of the class and will take the struct explicitly. Does that sound like a good idea? I think I still end up with an extra class just to hold the stupid thing, because I don't think there's any way to have persistent stuff in Cython if Cython doesn't own a class, right? Struct can't be passed at the Cython level. Yeah. So I think that the thing that you need to do then with this is you have wrap the class and extern. What do you mean by wrap the class and extern C? Like, I shouldn't need to be That's for when you're writing .c files, isn't it? I think that I can do, if I just do like struct environment, and then like I cdef a class that contains like just cdef, env environment or whatever, I think I can do that, right? Unique names, obviously. You might need extern. Might not. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Well, I mean, this is going to be kind of interesting. Like, I didn't want to have to do this level of a refactor today, but I kind of like it. I mean, this would allow me to do full procedural on this, right? Pretty much. I've been just increasingly hating object-oriented programming. And the funny thing is, like, all of the Cython problems, like, all the problems in Cython aren't actually Cython problems. They're problems with trying to do OOP in C. Yeah, C++ is real bad. I also don't know what it is, but like the colon syntax for stuff drives me nuts. I hate it. It's just like, I don't know why. Okay, well, we'll start on this. By the way, in the meantime, since I have this running, and I don't think you got to see this, so I ran a little bit of a sweep overnight, nothing massive, and then we got some args back and we trained a new model. It's probably this one. Yeah. Here's the reward. It looks real good. So why don't we go render this model up before we break stuff? Because that'll be fun. And then we'll go from there, maybe. Exercise reinforcement learning. I'm going to link the Fireball article as well, because it's fun. Oops. My chat is not showing. Ah, there, it's in the chat anyways, right? Yeah. It's a short article, it's funny. I've just seen too much dumb stuff, like too much stuff dumber than this, that I felt required, like I felt obligated to post this, because holy hell, like, the number of takes I've seen lately that are just garbage is ridiculous. And it's like all grifters trying to get like free investor money from people who don't know better. Or just like straight scamming. It's gross. The next 5 bill will make deep learning work. Well, deep learning does kind of work at this point, to be fair. It's just like people promising increasingly crazy stuff. Well, how much compute does this model take? Let's see. Oh. Hold on. What do these guys do? They're kind of wiggly. Oh, wait. They just farmed. Hmm. No. They're definitely interesting. They're not just going down mid. They seem to be like attempting to farm neutrals. A lot more, maybe. No, this has a much more interesting reward. Hmm. So I'll show you the curves for this because they're kind of cool. I mean, this is pretty acceptable as like an initial take. Like, so this giant drop here is obviously they won a game. You have reward for taking towers. You've got this XP reward curve, which it looks like they're learning to get more and more XP. You've got overall reward. You've got reward for dying, which is negative. You've got reward distance rewards. So you can actually see that. I think that this kind of crashed it right here. That like after the first game, after they finished their first game, I think that they got screwed up a little bit. Maybe that could just be a matter of more data though and more training. Not bad overall for like our first reasonable run after fixing all the crazy things. Let me post this article real quick. Yeah, already some behaviors. And they would just go straight down mid with the full just ancient reward, right? So I'm pretty happy overall. I think the goal for today is going to be to, incorporate back skill usage, fix up the code, make everything nice, get it to the point where we can easily balance, and then like get the proper carb sweeps going, so we can essentially just like automate model development on this project, and just do a little bit of polishing over the next few days. And hopefully I won't have to. So hopefully I'm probably not going to stream every day on this project next week. I'm thinking I might start on the puffer video 1 or 2 days next week. We'll see, because I need to make some long form video content for this. But there's also some other stuff I still have, so we'll see on that. And then I want to finish up this, like all these simulators I have as the simulation update for puffer, and go from there. Okay, though, let's start by. Uh-oh. Are you out of memorying me? Yes, the environment has out of memoried me. Hopefully that will kill in a second, and then we'll be able to continue. The really nice thing with this project is we're going to actually be able to run OpenAI 5 scale batch sizes and stuff, because the model is so small and we have the memory to do that. So we're going to have like batch size 1 million. I might have to restart WSL. Something. I don't even have X kill or anything on this. Yeah, this is all my memory. I hate Windows so much. Oh, great. It's already frozen. Well, that seems like something we should probably fix, huh? The renderer memory leak somehow. I really hope I don't have to reboot the machine. This is kind of ridiculous. Could I just Docker stop? Maybe, I think the container might save me here. I might just be able to Docker stop it. I don't want to have to reboot the machine and reset the stream. Why are you on Windows if you hate it? Configuring OBS and other bullshit. To be fair, on Linux, this would have just locked my whole machine up and crashed it anyways, so... I mean, at least I might have been able to X-kill the app, though. Yeah, okay, this is not even... I also don't want to corrupt the container or something bullshit. Maybe I can stop it from here. So it just pulled this window up and maximized it for me. There we go. Okay, fixed. We got it. I don't even know what I would task kill, though, is the thing, because it's like container running inside of Ubuntu, which is running inside of WSL, which is, right, you might corrupt some shit. Alright, we're good. Let the dev begin properly. Let the dev begin. At 3 p.m., which is absolutely atrociously late for me. So we'll have to make the next 4 hours of dev count. Time to lock in. Ooh. Oh, gross. Oh no. I just remembered this is not going to work. You can't have memory views as elements of structs. Is there a more recent? Is there a more recent way to do this? Did they get a way around this, maybe? I don't think you can do this shit. I mean, I can double check. Let's open the test. C struct cannot be Yeah. Okay, well that's disgusting. Can I see type def struct? Does it work then? Nope. Shit. Well, yeah, that's the thing that we can't do. That's so bad. That is so bad. Problem comes from uninitialized memory. Cython lack of constructors for primitive CDEF. Yeah. So we can't do this either. I remember now that this is, I tried to do this before, and this is why I got stuck as well. So you are in a sense locked to CDEF classes instead of structs because you need memory views. That's like Cython's killer feature. And in order to get memory views, you need to have a class. But then if you have a class, I mean, I could look up what skills we actually need, right? Let me see. What the heck do these skills do that's actually, like, using... Self.attack, self.update. self.pull. I mean, uses like get entity, scan targets. Uses a bunch of stuff, honestly. It'd be pretty hard to decouple this. I really do not like that at all. I mean, I'm doing all of this ultimately to save what? Conditionals at the bottom? It's a pretty big code quality thing, though. I mean, this is just really gross, not being able to store a pointer or a reference to a function. Nope, you can't pi capsule it. Then you lose the Cython performance. Whole point of this, right? Yeah, these need like arbitrary functions. And games are always such like global state hogs, right? So no way to store a pointer. It's really just gross that a cdef method is treated as a Python object because of the self. That's just really gross. Like, you can't put these things into any C data structure either. I can't even put them into a list or anything. What other logic is there in here? I mean, yeah, they're like minor simplifications in here, but this is the worst thing right here. It really is. Maybe I keep going on this weird void starry thing because okay, let me go to this test and see if I can make it work in here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down here. So cdef method cdef struct player cdef class some class day obj. Okay. Test class. Also method. See type def int some method. And this should just be some func some func some func. Then we do return func of object. ctest, we have test class. I'm trying to see if this will, if I can work around this here. So we'll do test class. So what does this tell me? Pointer base type cannot be a Python object. So it does not like that this is some class. So this will be a void star, I guess, right? What happens then? Now this is valid. This says that it can't be a... Really? Pointer base type cannot be a Python object. Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. Some class. Cannot convert Python object to void star. Okay. So some func. I think I actually have it and I was just wrong. I just think I think I actually have it here. And I was just being dumb. Where did it print the output? Traceback cannot import test memory view. Oh. Okay, I actually have it. So I was being stupid. You can't specify a pointer to a C environment, like a CDEF class, but you can actually pass the class itself, which is a reference, right? I think. Let me see. Yeah. Let me just double check here. So if I give you a pointer that has like a class like this, some class, and then like int x or whatever, and I say some class, like, and I will do like self int x, and then I'll do like return object.x plus x. Okay, so, and then we do struct, and then this is, I think this is going to be the minimal example. Some func, and so what we'll do is func. Okay. No, not some func, some struct s. So now we have some object is going to be some class of 10. And then we print obj dot func 5. Okay, let's see what's wrong here. This is void star. I don't think we need to do that. Yeah, there. Okay, I got it. So The error that I was making and thinking that all this didn't work is you can't actually pass a pointer to the class, but you don't need to because you're already passing it by reference anyways. You already have a reference like this self environment. Classes are passed by reference by default, so you don't need to pass. Structs are passed by value, so you need to pass them as pointers. Classes are passed by reference, so you don't need to pass a pointer because it's already a pointer. So here's the minimal prototype of what is going to make this whole entire thing work. You're just going to define a C type up here. We'll define the function type to the struct, right? We'll have the class that will have the struct. We can give the method to the struct, and then this works. We have a working minimal test. So this has actually just saved us from having complete garbage code. This is going to allow us to refactor everything very nicely. And even though this took me like an hour and a half of screwing around, this is going to be very well worth it for the simplicity and code quality improvement that this will bring. This will allow us to cut out like an additional 50 lines of garbage code as well. And I am all for cutting out garbage code. I'm surprised the Wizard article has not blown up yet. It's like the exact type of clickbait that people usually like. But hey, what do I know, right? I think this is a substantially better article than my last one, because my last one was like intentionally, like my last one was kind of intentionally stupid. This one's actually been kind of useful. But hey, what can I say? You got to make worse content if you want it to blow up. It's always the case that stuff I'm proud of, like, nobody sees, and then stuff that I write in 3 seconds because it's stupid is like... I mean, to be fair, this was a really low-effort article as well. But this is a thing that's consistently come up over, like, the last many, many years. And it's so funny. Like, the argument in that article just, like... it, like, fuzzes the hell out of AI researchers, is the best way I can say it. It's like, you want to break in AI researcher, make this argument. How to fuzz a researcher. Okay, so the one character bug, as always, right? And then we get to do skill Q, QE. It's good. That's pretty much how all progress in technology is. Yeah. I thought the article was funny because, like, this was legitimately a thing I did at OpenAI. Is like, people would be at lunch, like, shooting the shit about, like, AGI and, like, different definitions and stuff. And, like, this one would, like, just break people. They'd just be like, what? But, and there's no counter argument to it either. It's one of those really obnoxious arguments that's designed to just not have a way to counter it. uh, Invalid base type. Why is this invalid? Uh-oh. Invalid base type for memory view slice. Shit, so you're telling me that I can't put these in a memory view if they've got skills on them? That can't be right, can it? That's so obnoxious. What the hell? You gotta be kidding me. Wow. Dude, that's so obnoxious. I mean, I can still make it work. It's just substantially more obnoxious, right? See you, Noah. Wait, did it not work still? Wait. It works now, right? Yeah. So it doesn't work if you put skills in? Does this compile? Cannot convert Python object to skill. Oh, because it's not defined. Support hook, heal, and stun it is. And cannot convert undeclared. Oh, yeah, loadouts. Oh, you don't have to initialize it here. Because it's a fixed size array. Yeah, perfect. Okay, you don't need this. It's already a pointer. Nice. Hid. And then we just assign the loadouts. That's not bad. You have to store them separately from the player struct, but they still go in a struct. And now what we get to do is we add this loadout thing top. Isn't that so much nicer? We just get to get rid of all of this checking garbage. And now we just get to say to use the loadout of the specific player. It's very, very nice. And we'll do use Q equals true. Let's do this for testing purposes. Oops, not train. We need eval. Let's use our nice model. Segfault. Really? We segfaulted? What did I do for scan targets? Loadout star, loadouts of 10. Right? Why would that segfault? Loadout equals self.loadouts of PID. And then you define the skills, yeah. I mean, I would guess if print loadout.q maybe. Cannot convert skill to Python object. Right. So I guess it would be if it's not updating. Did I pass by value instead by mistake? It shouldn't have, right? Because scan targets was target is nearest scan target. Hmm. Seg faults before we even get down to here, it looks like. Say here. Oops. Okay, so loading 0 and then we get seg faults. Which is very bizarre because we should be able to do loadout.q, right? Is it a skill pointer, I guess? It's a function pointer? No, wait, that's not right, is it? Skill pointer. It's supposed to just be a function, not a function pointer, right? I mean, I can try. This is why we don't do this normally. Because when you get into like the address madness, like the syntax just becomes a total pain. And you really, really have to think like obnoxiously deeply about what you're passing around. Come on, it's a function, just pass it. Like, yeah, I know it needs to be able to allocate on the stack and all that, but calling non-function type skill. Oops. How about this? Non-function type skill. Yeah, I don't think any of this is right. Loadout is going to be self.loadouts of PID. Like, seg faults when you assign Okay, so immediately it segfaults right here. Why would that happen? Hmm. I had this tested, right? That this worked. And you just made the struct. You assigned it. You have to like make this struct because it's I just do this maybe. Cannot assign type loadout to loadout star. Well, that's good. Taking the address of non loadout star loadout. You do this. Cannot assign type. Okay, self.loadout, so PID is equal to loadout. And loadout is self.loadout, so PID. Can I do that? It really, really bothers me how like you can accidentally pass ship by value without realizing it. Cannot assign type. Cannot assign type loadout. I don't know why you wouldn't be able to do this .q, w, and e. Maybe you can. Maybe it's just like the thing I'm assigning it to. Loadout.q is null. If I do that, does that do anything? Let's see if it gets to assigning q. Okay, so you can't even access Q here. This should be allocating me an array. I shouldn't have to do this. This should be allocating me an array of structs on the stack, right? Loadouts of 10. I have an array of 10 loadouts, right? Okay, so I shouldn't have to do jack shit with these. I should just be able to access, like, it should just, there's no way that should segfault, essentially. That should not be possible. Maybe it does need to be a skill pointer. Well, this is already a skill star, right? Star skill. Okay, what if I do this? Oops. What happens if I say I'm going to have a pointer to a skill? Okay, so the first error is up here, right? 10%. Cannot assign type void star. I think that did it. That's like incredibly obnoxious and almost not worth it. It's just like disgusting that you have to know the signature of the damn thing. I understand why it's the number of bytes to put on the stack, but like still. I mean, technically, if it were always like a void star, you wouldn't have to put the args on the stack, maybe? I don't know. There's got to be a way to do that fast. Okay, cannot assign type loadout to loadout star. We should not need to do this anymore. It should just work. And then skill 14. Non-function type skill. Can you star this? How do I get the how do I dereference this? Can I just star it like this? Hey Linky. Welcome. I think it's loadout.q. I think the syntax is like this or whatever in Cython, isn't it? Yeah, I forgot. It's this really weird syntax. It's still freaking segfolds. Are you kidding me? There's actually no way this should be freaking segfaulting. Okay, well, I'm not going to do this then. We're going to do... We're just going to make this array. I gotta go learn more about how all these freaking function pointers work. I'm going to keep doing all this like sim development. This shouldn't be that hard, but then the thing is like I'm not even writing in C. I don't even know if this is like Cython jank or what. I guess this is where you just hit the limitations, right? Calling non-function type skill. Skill is a function type. What the hell? Cannot assign type. Void star. No, you should be able to assign this. I have something wrong. I just tested this. I have the C test for this. Star sum func. Takes a class, and then the int, right? And then you can just do .s.func. Func equals self.sum method. C type def. Sum func. Void star skill. Does this have to be a... Is this just a... Oh, that was it. Okay. Cool. So this actually looks like it runs, maybe? Invalid inputs tensor shape. What? I don't know how this happened. Should be this. Okay, so I think I figured it out. Yeah, okay. I figured it out. So the way to do this was you could make a... You can have the skills here. I'm sure there is a way to put these into a struct. But this is fine. I'm sick of this. This is fine. At least this is good enough for now. So now we can actually start this refactor properly since we have that. That was the main obnoxious thing. We may still want to make like skill structs or something. But I don't know. I think probably not. Right? Because the effects are too varied. Is this project goal research? Yes, this is, I can show you this, hold on. Whoops. I'll pull it up on my Twitter. I think I overwrote the file. So this is a 1,000,000+ steps per second single thread MOBA, like miniature Dota or League of Legends. This is just the high level render mode. There's also a human playable version that renders a little bit more reasonably. And the goal of this is to have just a really high performance, complicated game simulator that we can use for training reinforcement learning agents. So this is only 2 weeks into this project. We already have pretty much all of the basic elements in place. And now I am trying to clean everything up so that we can start really training some good models. Because thus far we have some agents that'll run mid, they'll fight a little bit, but that's about it. So cleaning it up, trying to auto balance it, trying to do a bunch of stuff there. And the hope is that this will provide a really nice resource for the reinforcement learning community to be running interesting experiments very, very quickly. Welcome. Welcome as well. And so far it's been going very well. This project has very, very nice training curves. And we go back to the refactor of this. Sure. Welcome, welcome to the stream. Okay, so the lane assignments are a little janky here. Where's this function right now? This is in reset. This should not have to be in reset. This should be in init. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to clean up the init so that we have faster and more consistent resets. Right? Yes. And do we want to assign mana cost somewhere to skills? Do we want to assign... I'm trying to think of the data structure we want for these skills. Like, I could just leave them as one-off functions. Could do that. Just leave them as a big block of function implementations. How do we handle scaling then? It would be kind of nice to have a skill data struct, right? Because then you could have a function associated with each skill. That might be good. I don't know if I like that so much, though, because it kind of separates all the code around everywhere, right? Because then you have the struct format. You gotta make the struct, you gotta bind it. It kind of scatters around all the data, right? So I think that the benefit that that structure gives you is outweighed. Yeah. So essentially what I was trying to figure out is I was trying to figure out if there's a way that we could take all the abilities in the game and like cleanly have them as a bunch of structs or something. But the problem is there's not a clean way to like define the skill with each struct like that. So I mean, maybe there is, but there's definitely not a simple way of doing that, right? So I think absent something that would require substantially more knowledge of how this the low level side of this works, I think we actually have a pretty decent and succinct way of doing this. A lot of hard-coded crap, but it's going to be able to be made very simple at the least. Is the important thing. So let's take all this garbage here. This needs to go to the reset. I mean, not the reset. This needs to go into the init method. I don't like this loop. I think we're just going to hard code because there's not really a lot that we can reuse. Well, I suppose actually that we could. There kind of is, right? We can at least reuse over team, maybe. If we don't do lane assignments with the scripted bots. Well, we can probably still figure it out. Yeah, let's do for team in range of 2. We'll do get ID. Was it team? And then this lane will be okay. Correct? Suggestion here. I like how it just like quietly. Oh, I never assigned lane to this one. That's funny. Tank and carry. Okay, so now we can get rid of this giant blob of stuff potentially. That's right, isn't it? It's just +3. First, yep, that's good. So already just like that, we have all of the players initialized. They have all their skills initialized. And we only had to hard code basically the amount that we would have to hard code regardless, right? Technically, we could cheat a few things here, but I think that this is pretty good overall, especially for starting. So from here, hang on, I'll be right back. Okay. I gotta do one thing real quick. All right. So this waypoint logic is, it would be very nice if we could just clean up the way that these are loaded such that we don't have all this like file parsing logic in here. Let me see what that would take. Got like good, bad, top, mid, and bot. Basically, I just have to save it in this format, right? Three times team plus lane. Yeah. So if I just went into the save logic, and I mean same thing with the towers, right? Is that better though? I mean, I really do kind of like the idea of shortening all of this. I mean, that's a lot of code we would save. That's like a good 100 lines cut off of the project nearly, maybe like 70. And all I would have to do is, in the save code, I write this, the reverse of this, in the save code. And then I can just get this from the data and annotate it a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so now I know I can do that. Is that the highest priority thing that I could be doing right now, though? What other stuff do I want to clean up in here? I might do something cheeky with this. I might get rid of this function. Yeah, there's no reason to have this function that gets called once, right? This spawn tower function should go, we should reorganize stuff a little bit. I want all the spawn functions to go together. Move to, move near, neutral. There are a number of things that can definitely be improved here. These towers, for sure. What order am I currently placing the towers? Night, thanks for dropping by. So what order is this currently being created? Okay, so it looks like we're doing them in order of top, middle, bottom, and then by tier. I think if I can still record these in a sane format. I don't have to go straight to a NumPy array, but like if I just have this as one loop that's like for tower and towers, that would be nice. I can code the ancient as just a tower, basically. Right? Same thing with all the camps. Let's go and do that. They need to know team, tier. Yeah, let's go do that. There's no point in having all of this data in like this jank format. Hello, is mid-rush still a problem? I've seen only first 30 minutes. Maybe they rush mid for balance. Towers are invulnerable. So we were actually, that was the goal, was to get them to just rush mid. Initially, we were using that as a debug task, and there was just a bug there was a major bug in the environment that was preventing the agents from learning anything, right? So this was like supposed to be an easy debug task, and now what we're doing is we're training the agents to learn more comprehensive objectives, and the model that we trained overnight mostly rushes mid, but actually will fight some NPCs in the jungle and stuff. And the hope is that as I clean this up more and I add back all the features, I add in the usage of skills, I fix bugs, right? I make improvements there, and I hook up some of the automated training methods that I have. The models are just going to keep getting better and better, and then they're just going to discover better strategies on their own. It is completely possible, to your comment, it's completely possible that this is for balance reasons. Um, but part of what I'm doing right now is cleaning the game code up so that it is easier to find and balance, right? And also, we're going to be exposing more log metrics and stuff like that. That's what we're doing for the most part today. That helps to understand. Yeah. So I mean, a good thing a good way to think about reinforcement learning is like you have a simulator, right? In which the agent can do anything, and then you have a reward function which is a trail of breadcrumbs for how they should interact with the simulator, right? You kind of give them hints as to what they should do. You can tell them like, hey, you get a reward for getting XP, you get a big reward for killing towers, right? You get a medium reward for defeating an enemy hero, stuff like that. And if the breadcrumb trail is sensible enough, right? If the breadcrumb trail makes enough sense and your environment is correct and your reinforcement learning is run at substantial scale and is tuned correctly, it should just learn how to do all of that. Now, if your simulator has bugs in it that make it a problem that doesn't make sense, then it's not going to learn. If you have a bad reward function that's essentially like one breadcrumb here and one breadcrumb on the other side of a mountain, they're not going to be able to figure out how to do that. That's like the high level of it. Have you ever dealt with CV? Yeah, I started research in NLP and then spent like a year and a half in CV after that. It's all pretty much the same these days. I don't know specifics of like diffusion models and stuff, but in general, like high level stuff, sure. I have one cool vision paper I can link. This is not amazing work. It's from early on, and this is from when I was like sophomore undergrad. But wait, is it? It's J Suarez. Wow. Oh, I actually have a couple of these papers. I forgot I did this meme paper where I trained GANs on other GANs. But like here, this is on DTMCV. That's like the one paper. This one was really funny. I did this one in like 3 days. This was kind of cool though. So I trained GANs I trained a generative model on the weights of other generative models, and then like I ended up getting a distribution over generative models, each of which was a generative model. It was really wonky. I like trained this thing on my laptop as well, and it still kind of worked, which was really cool. Like these are the samples from a single model, and then these are all the different models. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. I did some funny stuff. Deformable template matching. I didn't do deformable template matching. I did like I did like dynamically assembled differentiable vision, like deep network architectures. It was weird. I did some weird stuff. A senior student this year trying to get into CV. There are too many things to learn. It's hard to do something in this. Yeah, it takes a lot of time, especially when you're starting. It's like it takes a lot of time. You got to read a bunch of papers. You got to implement a bunch of stuff. You got to get comfortable with a bunch of tensor bullshit. That's the name of the game. I mean, it does get better though. It does get to the point where you more or less understand what's going on, and then it's just like a question of like, well, which freaking architecture or data thing or whatever is actually going to make a difference next, right? See Dota Tower. Probably open this file up to see what's in it, right? Oof. Should actually invest in this processing code a little bit. The only thing what I should do is working. Bad guys. Wait, what's trigger multiple? Oh, camp name? Ah, I see. Okay, we got the team name. Oh, this is top left X. Team X and Y. This is good. So we save the neutral camp in an easy format. We now go to the towers. Really tired and go to sleep. Good night. Catch you around. Tier equals 1. We just record the ancient as tier 5, right? This will get the data into a much better format for us. We're just going to save the Ford as the tier 5. Makes sense, right? And we should also do the health and the damage values, maybe. Well, let's actually see if it's encoded in here. We could literally just have the data in here, right? Oh yeah, look at that. It has all the values. That's really nice, right? 2 health is. Look at that. Health, subjective health. Okay. Oops. Why it thinks we're doing creeps now. Health damage. Nice and easy. Can even get armor and stuff if we want it. We're gonna have to include this file somewhere so that we can easily redo the pre-processing, I'm sure. I'll handle that later though. The heck? I've never seen this happen before. My straw kind of just disintegrated. Does this give you any data about the neutrals? Hold on. This may or may not give me any data about the neutrals, right? That's kind of weird. Is there no Dota healer, fountain, tree? Wait. Oh. That's really cool. We just have a giant list of tree positions. We might be able to include those. Neutral spawner. I don't see... I would like to be able to extract the HP values. But I don't see anywhere in here that would have NPC filler. What's this? Armor 10, health 1000, health regen 0. This seems like something else. Watchtower? No, there's nothing in here that has the entity data that we need. Well, that's somewhat unfortunate. Maybe we'll be able to pull that data later, but for now, we can do this. Yeah. That's really obnoxious. Well, what else do we need? We just need the wait, save data spawner key. Is this something that we use? What did we use from here? I do not know what we used from here. Bad bottom. Oh, okay. This is just the... Yeah, so these are the waypoint. This is the waypoint data, I see, that we were trying to figure out. So format is not even that bad. I think that we just want to... We want to just avoid having to do the keys with this thing, I think, right? So path key. This is going to be waypoints of path key. This is going to be waypoints. X, Y. Okay. Now we just have to order waypoints lane. So we just go hard code this, I think. Save data waypoints is going to be equal to waypoints piece npc DoTA spawner good top. There. And that's basically all the data that we wanted, I think. Apparently this is not the key name. Right, the fort. The fort apparently does not do damage. Fort does 0. Towers do the damage. Alright, so now we have our process data. So we're just going to copy process YAML. I don't even know if I want it in a YAML though, to be honest. For lib. Data.yaml. Yeah, data.yaml. Okay, so now that we have this in data YAML, we can load it into here. And it should be substantially simpler now. So waypoints, we simply do for waypoints in range 6 waypoints. We do spawn. Then we do for data. So for I enumerate. And we can just write arbitrary Python here, because this is on a init anyways. Arguably, this could go in the .py file. Doesn't really matter either way. Kind of nicer to have it here. Makes it like marginally easier to port later, I guess. +1, +1. So that's substantially simpler, right? Okay. And now, this is also way, way easier. We simply do this is a list. This is a list. These tower spawns are weird. I don't like this. The way that this is. I think I would rather just set the tower data here, right? Because we have spawn X. Even with like the being able to pull towers around bug, I have a way around that. Yeah. This is going to be a lot cleaner. We're not even going to need... We literally don't even need tower spawns. That's how nice this is. So... We don't need spawn tower either, but it's going to be very close to spawn tower. So let's actually go grab this code here. Doesn't tell you how much XP you get on a kill. One slightly obnoxious thing, I suppose. That could have been in there and I might have missed it, right? Okay, so we do... Get tower of I. Tower.pid. Let's do IDX here. Tower.entity type. We don't need move to. But we have team here. Tower.spawn. X. Tower.health, right? Health. Tower.damage. Max health. Damage. And then the XP on kill is slightly obnoxious, right? I think we can just do 800 times tier. That's pretty much it. And this is how much easier this is going to make. So when you spawn this tower, you just do x equal tower.spawnx, spawn y. Health is tower max health. Oh, you actually even just spawn y, spawn x. Timer 0. That's literally it, I think. We actually need to move this back down. Because of how simple this is. We no longer need any of this hard-coded garbage. In fact, we might even just remove that because it's so easy. Yeah, this is rapidly getting shorter and simpler. This is what we needed. We just needed the data to be in an easier to read format. This was the missing thing that was complicating this project. It was just having the data in an obnoxious format. So, I'd rather write a little bit of code to pull the data into a good format, have that code be like whatever. It's a human readable format anyways. And then the main environment code is nice and simple. We no longer need this. Cool thing here is we literally don't need any of this anymore. This all goes away. These neutral spawns, these also get to go away. That's pretty cool, right? Spawn neutral. We're going to do pretty much the exact same thing we just did before. So okay, so we have PID is going to be IDX plus agents plus creeps not plus towers. And then we do neutral is going to be get entity, PID. Dot PID. Going to be PID. You can't do get. I think get neutral is better here, isn't it? How often do we use this? We don't really use this. I think it's still cleaner. Not really. Kind of have it hard coded in 2 places either way, don't you? We'll leave it for now. Um, so you get IDX plus agents plus creeps. You get the neutral here. You assign the PID to be this. Entity type is entity neutral. You do grid ID, neutral. Max health. They don't have mana, so it doesn't matter. Camp data and spawn X we get. XP on kill we hard set. Damage we hard set. And that's it. We don't need any of this anymore. And then when we do spawn neutral here, it's PID. Titty star neutral is get neutral of IDX. No longer needs PID. Dwines DX still needed. Don't need this, don't need this. Health is going to be max health. Don't need team. Team should be hard coded. Hold on, we should make sure we hard coded team. This is not going to be included, so it's just going to be 2. Yeah, this is not going to be included. It's just going to be 2. Reset the timer on them as well. Why not? And then we move it. Okay, that's way better. We're going to have to do a fair bit of debugging, I'm sure, with this, but it is getting cleaner. We're back at 1350 lines. And we have almost everything initialized already, just the way we need it to be. Yeah, that's basically all the data that we needed. I should probably... Well, hold on, wait. We have this reset here. Just spawn player. What's this? Be respawn... Wait, respawn player. Okay, we don't need this. Player.health. Well, no, we don't even need any of this. We just need player.xp equals 0, right? And then we need to respawn. Basically, the only thing we need to do, player.level is going to be 1. We respawn the player. Respawn player. We also can put this in, we can put this up in the reset, right? Initialize players. Okay. Player.health is max health. Move speed. Modifier. There are kind of a bunch of things here, aren't there? That maybe we're going to want to set separately. All right. PID is PID. Entity is entity type. Yeah, let's give it all the player.lane. No, we can't do lane. Player.level is 1. Well, no, this gets reset player damage. Okay. We'll have to iterate on this a little bit, but we'll have some sort of like nice compact way to spawn. Or not to spawn, but to initialize all the player data. Players. Basic attack timer. Oh yeah, and then move speed, right? This also has to be loaded in. Good. Shoot, I just realized it's 5 p.m. and I forgot to make lunch. I'll be back in like 5 minutes and we will continue fixing all of this stuff. 1 second. Whoops. Thank you. Said a man can starve to death eating salad. We pretty much just have to reset level when we reset the env. Yeah. Everything else is fine. That waypoint is 0. What? Get that out of there. Okay. Y. We just need Y, X. That's all. We no longer need spawn X and spawn Y from this. Right? Because we did we do that? We did, right? Did we do this for the creeps as well? Load creep waypoints. I guess we can keep this for the creeps for now. Yeah, because the way that we spawn the creeps is a little weird. So we have to actually add spawn creep. It's not bad. Maybe we make this work now as is. Generalization over abstraction, yeah. Exactly. I mean, we've already cut off a decent chunk of code, right? Feels like we have. Okay, so I forgot that we have to add some entities to this, but we can very easily do that. I think, where do we see def stuff? cdef entity start player. And just because for the semantics, it's really nice to just have def entity start tower and cdef entity start neutral. Cannot convert entity star. Okay. Cannot convert entity star to Python object. Why this one? Tower.tier did not save. Cannot convert entity star to what? Does it not have a probably doesn't have tier as a keyword, right? Tier. Respawn player. So this is entity. Entity. I'd really like this to be, you know, a very short, concise code project. I mean, just looking at the length of the logic, this has actually gotten to be very, very substantial quite quickly. Cannot assign float to int. Whatever. No big deal. All right. Local data I. Okay. Waypoint to lane. Then lane. All right. Forgot to rebuild. But yeah, this is way cleaner code. I'm going to have to obviously fix a few things. There's no way I have this perfect. So we have memory view not initialized, right? Spawn tower. Well, we don't need this anymore. It's just spawn tower of IDX, right? And actually, tower spawns. We no longer need tower spawns. We no longer need neutral spawns. It's two obnoxious data structures we get rid of. Call with the wrong number of arguments. Spawn tower. We get to make the method call signature, the method call simpler. Possible inconsistent indent. What did I just screw up? Oh, this. Here. And in fact, this spawn tower is so simple, like, do we even need this? This is the only place we use it, right? Okay. We no longer need this. Whoops. $13.50 lines. Feels like it should be getting shorter, but it's not. Okay, well, I see that they're both on the same team, but it looks like it works besides that. Sounds like it should just go in init. It can't just go in init. Just join to see. The channel would love to see what the game looks like. Yeah, so you just saw that GIF. Let me show you the proper one because we're currently debugging it. I'm doing a big refactor at the moment to make it look nicer. A lot of progress on the Twitter timeline. So this is the game running with some basic trained reinforcement learned agents. They're trained to just go to the enemy base. This was like a debug run, so these ones don't do anything too crazy. They kind of run past each other and just go straight for the base. But yeah, it's a basic MOBA. This is not the only render mode. There's also... What? Where is it? Where's the puffer mode? Oh yeah, so you can also play it like this. You know, there are multiple different render modes for it. We are going to get some art or something at some point so it looks nice. Yeah, exactly, Tree. The layers need to reset it. Confused trying to find where the players are, but once I found the creeps, it made sense. Yeah, so the color schemes aren't great at the moment, right? We need to get like some more unique assets and stuff. But it is... If you look at the high level, you can think, oh, you're just doing like some pixel sim. But no, you know, it's a full MOBA. Almost a full MOBA. We don't have stuff like items at the moment. But there are abilities. You can level up. You can take towers, right? You can take the objective, win the game. There are minion waves. There are neutrals. Lots of things. There are different classes or heroes. Quite a bit of stuff. And this has only been 2 weeks in development. I started this project last Monday. Oh, also the fun thing about this is it runs at over 1 million steps per second, as the title says. So it's ultra high performance simulation for reinforcement learning. Looks great. Would be fun to hook this end with an RL framework. Yeah, we have it. It's running with Pufferlib. Pufferlib is my main project. So I recently finished my PhD. I've been working in reinforcement learning for 7 years or so. I've done Neural MMO, if you've seen that project. And I'm currently working on making reinforcement learning way less cursed, way higher performance, and way easier to work with. So what we have here is Pufferlib. Pufferlib makes everything fast and compatible. We have some demo code based on CleanRL's PPO, just with a bunch of additional logging and some major performance optimizations. And you can get all of the things that I'm working on here in Pufferlib. There's this ini-config branch, which is with the current dev branch for the MOBA. It'll be merged up to dev soon, and then eventually to 1.1 thereafter. But if you like any of this stuff, if you find it useful, go ahead and give Pufferlib a star. Helps me out a whole bunch. And I post about all this stuff right here. That's pretty much the whole pitch. Pufferlib. Right, so I was looking for why the teams are wrong, right? Player.team equal team. It's kind of odd. Oh, the radiant, because I set them all to radiant. Okay. That's awkward. This is really sketchy. We're going to do this, though. We'll find a better way to manage these ideas after. But hopefully, I think this now, this should actually run. And we'll be able to see these things play a little bit. This is a little bit of a better model than the other one, too. Yeah, so this model is better than the other one. They take a little longer to go down mid, but they don't just, like, beeline past each other anymore. They do, like, they actually will, like, go try to farm neutrals and stuff. It looks like in the latest patch, did I, like, giga buff the neutrals? Yeah, it looks like they're getting one shot by neutrals. So I gotta go check what the neutrals damage values are. So much work to be done. Damage of 22 looks reasonable here. We got basic attack cooldown, XP on kill. Are there heroes too? Not visible on the minimap? Yeah, they're not visible yet. But there are 5 different hero types. They have 3 skills each at the moment. The hero types are support, which has a hook, an AoE heal, and a stun. Assassin, which has a creep clear, a blink strike, and a movement buff that's channeled. There is a mid laner that has a burst nuke, a burst AoE, and a AoE stun. There's a tank that's got an AoE damage over time, a self heal, and an engage AoE. And then there's a carry that has, well, it will be scaling attack damage. That part's not implemented yet, but has some defensive tools, a retreat that also slows the target, a slow damage that can be used offensively or defensively, and an AoE to help with clear, minion clear. That's what we're looking at the moment. Again, this is a fairly new project, so that the way it works is basically I try to get the whole thing running end to end, and then like I iteratively improve the code debug and like make the features that are implemented actually available to the neural network to learn from. Because it's if I throw too much at the model all at once and nothing works, it's way harder to debug, right? Maybe I'll get some like 2D puffer animations made. That'd be fun. I only have the 3D ones, like this guy up here. And this version of Dota is better because Pudge Hook pulls towers. Yup. That was a bug, and then everybody said to leave it in, so I left it. You can technically hook towers. Well, the thing is, I left it in because I want to see if the agents actually figure out that they can do that, right? Like, wouldn't that be so funny if the RL agents just like we open up a training one day and then they just like they've learned to just hook all their towers like around with them so that they like bring their towers to the fight or something ridiculous. Well, that's like the initial pass on the refactor, actually, if this is working more or less as intended. Um, let's take a little bit of a higher level look at this and see what sections in the code we have that can be improved. So we've got these grid IDs. These are what we're using to signify position on the map, or to signify like who is who on the mini map. Not mini map, on like the render. It's also visible to agents. We've got north. Do we use this? We don't use these, so we can delete them. We've got vision counters here. These are actually kind of cool because I think we can make the game substantially faster just by like reducing some of the visions a little bit here and there. Though if you reduce it too much, you can kind of like, you can start hitting the creeps without them hitting you back. So we might have to make some changes with that. This is redundant. Are walls basically trees which block? Yeah, these are from the actual Dota map. Like this is extracted map data from Dota. So those are just where the walls are in Dota. I have not added trees yet. I've been told that they're a very important part of Dota and that I should add them. So I probably will, but not yet. You know, it's some work. That's actually like some quite substantial work because you have to do vision then. I mean, I'm open to implementing, like, I'm open to making the sim substantially closer to Dota and like way, way, way better, which would just require me spending like a couple extra weeks more, like more than I intend to on it. It's just going to be a matter of how much, you know, how much interest there is in this project overall. Hey, P-Dubs, welcome. We've got some cool stuff here. I'll show you the latest. So we're at 1337 lines. I did not plan that. And here we go. We have some very basic reinforcement learned agents that meander down mid and attempt to fight neutrals. No proper Dota env, and this would be great to recreate OpenAI 5 at some point in the future. Yeah, exactly. That's the general idea, right? Like OpenAI 5 is this awesome project, but you can't train on the actual game. Dota's like the simulator for Dota is too slow. They used over 100,000 CPU cores for that project and like 1,000 GPUs. This version, we can run this at 1,000,000 steps per second single thread, and we can train this at like, I've gotten 500k steps per second so far, but it will be 1,000,000 plus by the time I'm done on one GPU. So we're actually training this thing, like the number of samples we're going through, it's about half of the total number of samples of all of OpenAI 5, but we're doing it on one GPU. So it's very, very fast. It's kind of been my main jam lately, is just like performance engineering cool sims. You have some basic trained agents now? Yes. Can you play against them? If I didn't break the renderer, you can. I also, this will be useful because I need to check if I think the neutrals might one-shot you now. Hey, what's up, puffers? Come on. Let's push mid. Come on. Key error 5. Well, it looks like something wasn't there. Neutrals? Let's see. I thought that I had a graphic for neutrals, didn't I? Is this 5? What's neutral? 3. 3 is radiant creep. Hold on. Oh, I didn't make a graphic for neutrals. We'll just reuse this one for now. What's up, puffers? You have 0 health, so I've broken some stuff with the reset functions. But yeah, they take a while. They do eventually meander up. They like to go fight these neutrals up here as well. They're kind of funny. And here are the waves. The waves path very nicely now. This is about the state of the project at the moment. There you go. Guess heroes increase damage. Yeah, they do. There is a basic leveling system. I need to expand on it, but there is one. And I need to add player max health here, right? Wonder if the current bots take the mid towers after a while. They do. They do eventually win the whole game. Is there a fixed number of entities? Can you crank it up for fun? Not quickly, P-dubs. I can't. I can run many copies of the environment in the background. And when I'm training, I'm usually running like 200 to 400 copies of the environment per CPU core. But because I've been deving this quickly, like 10 players is hard-coded in a lot of spots at the moment. That'd be kind of funny to have like NVN MOBA. Like technically you could have like 100v100, but I don't think it's gonna work. I don't like P-dubs. I don't think it would work because like the XP would not scale. So like you wouldn't be able to feed enough agents. Like the games are not made. This is not a game that I think works very well if you just scale none players. StarCraft 2 MOBA. Yeah, if I wanted to do an RTS, I'd do an RTS, right? That's like another totally reasonable project. I don't think I will do one though. At least I don't have a plan to do one at the moment because like it's cool, but I don't think that having this and like it's not twice as good, I don't think, to have this env and an RTS. They have a decent env, but as far as I'm aware, I think it's very slow. One of the big goals I have at the moment is to accelerate all of RL research to be million steps per second as a baseline on a range of different environments of different complexities. I think if you do that, then you'll start to get a lot of, you'll start to really get a lot of interesting stuff in the research scene very quickly. All right, so this fixes the health bars. So now if I go try to fight a neutral, I can probably go fight this neutral. Oh, yeah, I hard-coded it to always pick Q because I was debugging something. Use Q. I think, yeah, this. Okay, so this is why it's not working. So now if I do this, we should actually see them do something a little better, maybe. They should actually be able to kill stuff. Okay, so right now they you can technically hit them out of LOS. That's nice though. You heal. You can kind of just all push. Me standing here makes the waves push because I add my damage in, right? You can see I got level 2, which means my HP total max went up to 600. And then if I'm here without my wave, I'm probably going to die. Unless my wave saves me, which it did. You heal 1 HP per game tick. And some weird render bug. Well, not bad, though. That's not bad. There's a little bit more refactoring to do. I think I said we were going to look at this at a high level and like try to section out some blocks of code. So I'm going to do that in a moment. You just use the restroom. I'll be right back. And we've got another hour and a bit of dev. Okay. Gotta do one thing real quick when we go back to dev. How's this article of mine doing? Not great. I guess this was insufficiently clickbait. But if you're looking for something fun to read, it's like, I don't know, page or two. Articles on X. Wrote this today for fun. This is fine. Let's go block out the code. So at the top, we've got all of these types, these constants, types, hero types. We don't really use these hero types a ton, to be honest. Let me see. Yeah, we really only use this here, which is kind of lame. I say we get rid of these. Because, like, they don't... We really just need, We really just need these for observations. We are not using these anywhere in the code. Okay, so we have our constants. Let's merge these two sections. Don't need these comments. Environment star. Go up top. Is that better there? Let's put this. Do we need L2 distance? We'll leave L2 for now. Though I think we're going to decide on that later. And then what do we have here? Interarray actions. Yeah, this is going to end up being 2D in the future. With height, num, agents, num, creeps, num, neutrals, num, towers. This is not used ever. This is not used ever, so we don't really care about width and height now, do we? Agents, creeps, neutrals, towers. Vision range. Agent speed, discretize, ob size, creep index. Creep index. Oh yeah, that's used for keeping track of when creeps spawn. That's fine. Then XP for level. I think this can go down here. Right? Where do we put this? Maybe here? Entity data. Go down here. Do we need wait self.entity? We don't need to store it. We only use it on init. Okay, we have pre-allocated RNG. We've got observations map, which gets used where? Here. And then observations extra. So observations map, observations extra. This is good. Okay, that prunes that down just a little bit. Next immediate milestone you're looking to get to. I really just want to have this code nicely cleaned up to start with. And then the next thing after that will be I want to turn back on the skills, because the previous model that I trained, it was a simpler test, so I left all the skills off. So I want to train a model with the ability to use skills and get them to start using those skills. Have that be stable, have some good learning curves. And then from there, the hope is that if we do like a nice hyperparameter sweep, we'll get like an actually reasonable policy out of it. And we can start seeing like what's overpowered and stuff from there, and we can start game balancing it. So we're like, I'm not going to say we're entirely feature complete. There's some stuff missing around like scaling creep waves. They need to like have scaling stats. We need to have assign like specific base stats and scaling for each hero type. Right now they just have different abilities. But it's generally like we've got a vertical slice now of the whole thing. There's a lot we can do from here, right? But it's in a good spot at the moment, and it's really going to just depend on how the training goes and how people like the project and so much from there. At the very least, I'm going to release when I release this, it will be, you know, a good, stable, somewhat well balanced mini MOBA. Now, how much more stuff we add, you know, if I add forests and vision control, if I decide to add some form of items, if I add like, you know, different types of creeps and stuff, if I try to like more accurately replicate the hard versus easy neutral camps, if I try to like implement specific mechanics, that's going to depend on how much people like the environment. You know, it's a very different story if I release this and maybe like one or two people kind of like it and use it, versus if I use this and like I have 100 researchers all like wanting to use this for their projects, right? It's going to be a very different amount of effort I put into it, because ultimately I'm doing this so that researchers use it. Let's see how the code is blocked out at the moment. We have all these get functions that are kind of obnoxious. Well, this one I know is old. We don't need this one. I'm not a researcher. Can I still use it? Yeah, you can. I mean, Lean Key, you're kind of a researcher at this point. You're doing research, ergo you're a researcher. We'll see about these methods. I don't necessarily like these. But let's keep going for now. In 16 makes torch compile errors. Torch, man. Okay, we've got compute observations. I haven't decided whether I like it when you one line, like variables that don't have initializations. You can technically go like this, right? That's kind of better, isn't it? Not having a giant block for a bunch of unallocated variables. I like that more. It's a little annoying because it's inconsistent when you mix variables that have assignments versus not, but you figured out how to zero the data. Love to get the hang of it and make contributions for building the env. Yeah, I mean it's a full open source project, so if you have ideas or you have like stuff you can do, like chat me up. I'm very easy to get a hold of and everything's open source, right? Look. So right now it's in look. This thing had to commit 4 hours ago. That's the last time I committed changes. I'll commit them to again, you know, in a little bit or at the end of the stream or whatever. It's in pufferlib, environments, ocean. Here's all the stuff I've built. They're not really docs for this yet, but I have a 10 million plus FPS snake env, a 10 mil plus FPS particle engine, and then the MOBA, which is still over a million FPS. You have the MOBA file here, which is like a bunch of Python wrappers. This is 600 lines. And then you have the MOBA file, which is, or the CMOBA file, where is it? Which is 1400 lines, which is going to be a little shorter. So overall goal is that this whole project all in is going to be less than 2000 lines. Unless, of course, it gets substantially larger, right? If we're going to say, okay, it's going to be 3000 instead of 2000, but it's going to basically be like all of Dota almost one-to-one, then I'm good with that. But otherwise, we try to keep it very nice and concise. So I'm compactifying stuff a little bit right now. I also do give another cool thing, by the way, is I also do give compute access to people, to contributors. And really, the only requirement for compute access is that you're actually developing stuff and doing useful work. So I don't give it to people immediately because 90% of people don't actually do anything after they say they want to. But if people are doing stuff, they get compute. I don't have a ton of boxes at the moment. We've only got eight machines, but we'll hopefully be getting some more in probably be a few more months, but we'll be getting more soon. We have a little bit of spare capacity maybe at the moment. We'll see. I don't know. I could try to go get Puffer some revenue to just get a way bigger cluster, but then I don't have time to be doing this stuff, right? You can't respawn the creeps. That's obnoxious. So this move to function is pretty nice. You check if your destination is empty. Is not empty. This move to function could be is better, right? Yeah. Wait, if entity PID is target PID, the heck? Move player target. That should never be the case. And why? I don't know why it did that. That's really weird. Wait. It did equals 1. It's a bint. I shouldn't need that. Okay, we got kill. Got move towards. Wait. Oh, huh. Probably this would be a useful thing to fix, right? This is 8 LFs. An array lookup would be faster, wouldn't it? It would definitely be simpler. The heroes get together to gank other heroes. Be interesting to know how to get the agents to learn the behavior. I mean, literally all that should be required for that is a well-balanced game, a reasonable network, a reasonable reward function, and enough training. You shouldn't have to get, you shouldn't even have to get probably some function of the rewards for ganking and scaling easily. Yeah, I mean, the reward will definitely influence it. I mean, if you go look at the Dota 2 reward, they didn't have like a specific gank reward. They just have, there's like a reward sharing mechanism or whatever. But, it was actually pretty reasonable. Like, they didn't have to do a crazy, crazy amount of reward engineering. Like, you'd think it would be 100 component reward or something for OpenAI 5, and it wasn't. Did I do this right? 0, 0. XP, a hero XP gold. There's a little more than that, right? There were tower kills, there's hero death, there was like Roshan. There were a few other small things, right? There was like a last hit thing. There were some like delta adjustments on top. I mean, the other thing is you actually don't know how well those... We really don't know how well any of those things were tuned. Because, like... So I was there in 2018, and I never knew exactly how many GPUs they had, but I definitely didn't get the impression that they had... Like, they did not have enough GPUs to run, like, 100 experiment sweep or anything at a time. So I'm guessing that the hyperparams and the rewards they use could have been substantially simplified, just with better tuning. So that's kind of one of the things I'm hoping with this project, is like, it's so stupidly fast that we can tune it so much that probably we can make it work with way simpler rewards and things just by tuning it. We've got carb sweeps. dy is 1, dx is 0. Y is -1, dx is 0. Y is 0, dx is -1. Wait, 4. 3 is d. 4 is dy is 3. 4 is 1, -1. 5 is -1, -1. -1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, good. Great to see the progress. Interested in novel population search. Ken Stanley. Yeah. I've spoken with Ken many times. He's a very cool guy. Novel population search. So the only thing that I've really seen on that, to be frank, is like the DeepMind's PBT thing, right, where they search over reward weights. I don't think that that's a particularly good algorithm, though. I think I have a way better way of doing it. So what you do is you need... Can imagine a scenario where game designer... Let me finish this question. Wait, they're related. Can imagine a scenario where game designers can use these environments to see tuning certain parameters to induce a certain behavior. Yes. Okay, this is slightly different. So, to answer the first question, the way that I think that this is going to work when we run the full tuning thing, and we really need some sort of like elo-based metric or something for Dota because it's adversarial. So that's going to still be a little bit of work. I've had people asking me for that anyways, though. So, you know, if we have to add it, we have to add it. No big deal. But let's just say, like, let's assume that we have an elo implementation, right? So that gives you like a ground truth like a ground truth way to evaluate how good players are, then what I would do from there is I would take all of the different reward components I have, and I would put the weights of these various rewards as hyperparameters along with all the normal hyperparameters, and then I would give the entire thing to carbs to do a gigantic hyperparameter sweep. And carbs would be able then to dynamically tune all of the rewards, but also the length of the experiments and all the other hyperparameters. And it would be selecting based on ELO improvements. So essentially, over time, you would get better and better models with higher and higher ELO, and it would auto-tune the rewards for you as a result of that. I think that that is probably going to be the more reasonable way of going about it. There's some limitations with that, but probably will get us pretty far. And by the way, yes, the other question, yes, you absolutely can use RL for game balance. There's a little bit of work on doing this. A couple game studios have done it. They've had some success, probably not worth the cost that they invested in it. But it will definitely be worth the cost in the future when it gets simpler. Like, I spoke with Riot about this and how they were doing it. I mean, they did a bunch of cool work, but they really just got hamstrung by the infrastructure and tools more than anything. Of course, it's always going to be hard on real games. Like, to be frank, I don't have the infra for handling. Well, I kind of do have the infra for handling real games. There's a little bit of tech, a little bit of extra I'd have to do, but not much. Would definitely have to be worthwhile, though. Hyperparameter is IE learning rate. No, you don't need learning rate of learning rate. You just need to tune learning rate. Like learning rate is a hyperparameter. You don't need to do learning rate of learning rate. So the way that carbs work, carbs is a Pareto optimal Bayesian tuning algorithm, which means that it keeps like a wide set of different hyperparameters that are good for different reasons, essentially, and it will investigate all of the promising routes at the same time. Carbs is really good. Only in Pufferlib. Puffer exclusive. At least until WandB gives us a native integration, which I'm looking forward to. But until then, it's part of the Puffer open source moat. How does it evaluate if something is good in the RL cases? You give it a metric. Like ELO would be the metric that you'd use for DoTA, right? So higher ELO is better. So just at the end of every run, it sees how long did it take me to get this result, what was the ELO, and it will just maintain all possible pairs of, like, you know, all points for which there are no other runs that were quicker and got higher ELO. That's the Pareto front. How can I join you, friends? This is all just open source dev. Try to get it running at some point and see if I can do anything. Heck yeah. We definitely want more contributors on this. Do you set like a max number of steps to achieve the desired metric? Not quite. You set ranges on valid hyperparams, but you don't necessarily have to specify a closed range. So like for time steps, I could specify that it's going to be between 100 million and a quadrillion. And I specify the search center as like, 200 million. And then what it'll do is it'll just like, it'll start off with a bunch of quick runs. And then as it gets more confident in the hyperparameters that are better and that lead to more growth over time, and provided that you actually do continue to get better performance by training longer, it'll just keep training for longer and longer with like the refined set of hyperparameters. It's a very nice algorithm. All the code is right on here on Pufferlib. Go ahead and give it a star on the way in. We're almost at 700 now, which is awesome. I've been looking at, where is it, sample? We're almost at sample factory, aren't we? Yeah, we're like less than 100 off of passing sample factory, which is freaking crazy. Should star this. If I can't get direct ML, should I theoretically be able to get some results on CPU? Possibly, yes. It's so rough without NVIDIA GPUs. Now, the thing is, I do actually provide hardware to contributors of the project. You know, I have the Puffer cluster, and I do provide access to people who are actually doing stuff, but I don't provide access up front, right? Because, like, I get a bajillion requests, and 99% of people, or 90% of people, I should say, don't do anything. And then I just have, like, random people on the cluster access list racking up bills. So I do provide access pretty quick, though, once people start doing cool stuff. And, you know, contributions get credited on the Puffer site and yada yada. It's all open source dev. Allegedly scale will allow code. MDG, that would be cool. I'll believe it when I see it. George Hotz literally offered to do it for him for free, and they were dumb. So I don't know, companies are super bullshitty. Sometimes it's like you offer to like make them something awesome for free, and it's like you're almost better off like offering to charge them $1 million to do it. Like they don't take you seriously unless you're charging them $1 million. I wouldn't be surprised if they'd actually gone for it if you'd been like, that'll be $1 million. Today project how to land. I don't know what you're asking. Uh, Tilea? Tila? Not sure what you're asking there. Can't put links on YouTube. Sounds like NVIDIA drivers will be open source. Come 5.6. That would be awesome. That would be really awesome. Dang, I hope that happens. I don't believe they'll do that, though. The project is, it's on... If I'm not sure if this answers the question, but the project's on puffer.ai/pufferlib. And the current is anyconfig. So the latest dev is all in here. It's in pufferlib, environments, Ocean, which is our first party ones, and MOBA. So it's right in here, and you can run it like this with --n. Oops. You can run it like this with --n of MOBA, mode eval, and then there's like render mode Raylib or render mode human. Yeah. Pretty cool. This will probably use the move actions as well for, right? Not yet, though, because I'm pretty sure they're different. Yeah, these are different. We'll use that in the future for this. Okay, we're under 1,300 lines. We are under 1,300 lines again. It's always nice to see. We've got all the skills. We've got cooldowns. This is fine. This code is fine. Push. AoE push. Nearest scan target. Let's take these L2s out for now. AoE attack. Is there a debug mode where we can manually play the game? Yes, there is. And that's not even just a debug mode. That's a fundamental feature. There are a couple little bugs in it, so you might have to look at some stuff. But -- render mode human. And the only dependency for these renders is you might have to pip install Raylib. Raylib, the graphics library, not the like distributed library. Raylib is god tier. It's like my favorite library ever. It's just so good. The scan AoE is kind of slow, but rank the following: carbs, Raylib, clean RL. Clean RL is god tier. Oh shit! Now you're putting like all of my. Well, the thing is, Raylib isn't even an ML thing, so that's apples to oranges. But I consider clean RL the best contribution to RL ever by a single individual. So, cost is goated. Carbs is another. Carbs is awesome. I definitely put carbs in like the top. Well, the thing is, I haven't really done enough analysis on it to like. I need to benchmark exactly how much better it is than like Bayesian sweep, but I think it's very well like if it performs as well as it looks like it's going to, it could very well be a contender for top 10 contributions. But it's really going to depend on like whether we get native integrations with Wandby and stuff. And Raylib is not ML; it's just a graphics library, but I think it's the best one. Like Raylib is so nice. And I'm very I do not give praise broadly. Like I generally think that most code is shit. Like most code is just garbage. Nobody knows what they're doing. Like GPT is not going to automate everything. Of course it's not. We have no skill whatsoever in the field. Yada yada yada. Like boomer rant whatever. But those three are awesome. I have a bit of art expertise and might help fancy up the sim view and stuff. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. You want to do stuff for this? Hell yeah. Because I'm not going to use the Dota map for it, right? I think that would be a little bit much. Like ripping map data for an open source project is one thing. Like ripping the artwork from Dota, I think that's a no-go. It would be very easy to do, but I think they'd be mad, don't you? I genuinely don't know how artists do things. Um, hold on. Let me show you. I'll show you. I did like one digital art painting ever, and it was terrible. I did like for a cover of a short story. Okay, here's my garbage digital art painting. Okay, that's it. Uh, mostly do 3D. If you want to do 3D, you can do 3D. We'll have to figure out to load it. I mean, the concept was pretty cool. It was like I actually used to be a creative writer, like growing up. I wrote a fair bit of stuff. I got like 150 pages into a novel as well. Wrote like sci-fi and fantasy stuff. It was fun. Okay, so these spawn functions need to get moved around essentially. Wait, one thing I want to know. Get entity. Only novel. In 6th grade about something. I think wait, 6th. It might have been 7th. I think I published a like a short children's book in 7th grade. I mean, I had a lot of help with the publishing, obviously, but I did write it myself. Entity star target. Oh, that's so awkward. Cause it's not it's star player, right? You gotta do like this. I always forget that it's supposed to be grouped like this, right? For some reason in my head, I always put the star I hate the syntax for this stuff. Like in my head, the star goes with the type, right? Like the type is entity star. Is there some way to train video save GIFs? Yes, there is. Mind you, if you're trying to save a really long GIF, then you're gonna run into issues. But in clean, you will out of memory your machine if you leave this running for too long. By the way, there might be a small leak, not in the environment, but in the renderer. So there's this GIF saver here in clean puff RL. And you can set like the number of ticks up here. There's not a command line option for it or anything, but you can set number of ticks here, and you can set like a frame skip over here if you want to only record every few frames. Cool to see people starting to use stuff though. Let me reorder the methods before I forget to do that. I want to have, so we have init. Short methods. I want the spawn functions. Turn the AC one sec. The one other thing that helps a lot with the project is if you use Twitter, if you just post stuff every so often, it helps a lot. I mean, the whole thing at the moment, right, is like building Puffer as open source stuff. So hopefully companies will eventually want to like use it, and Puffer can get some contracts so we can build out a bigger cluster and like do more cool big stuff. For now, this is just me funding this. Code's looking a lot cleaner. We cut like a few hundred lines off of it today. $642. Very nice. So many cool projects to do with like HyperSim like this. This is like about the scope of a project that I like as well. Like this is pretty much like the scope of a project that I'm comfortable doing without it taking for absolutely forever. I mean, it's still going to take a while, but... Okay, so there's some respawn stuff that we can maybe look at just a little bit. But then I want to put this reset method at the bottom before step. Right? Ooh, actually, or do I want to put this at the top? No, I think it's a long method. I think I put it at the bottom. You just go to the bottom of the file. Yeah. A lot of these variables could just be one-lined, right? Y, X. Hack. Actually, start player. Target creep neutral. Tower. PID, target PID. Action. Int. I don't know if I like having a big blob of variables like this, but I also really don't like having 50 lines of variable defs at the start, so we'll leave it for now. Reset, and then we got all the skills. Got cooldowns and status. This feels like this should go higher up. This is not part of skills, because these are all skills here. I like it, but I also like Pascal, so what can I say? There is a question as to whether one should like Pascal. I don't know. I'm tempted the next time I get a little bit of spare time. Like after I finish the simulation update, maybe finish some videos. It's a lot of work, actually. We'll see. I don't know. I might want to jam some Zig. Just try that out. Might want to see if I I want to see if there's a non-cursed web development stack so I can maybe put some of these cool things online instead of just putting GIFs. But I'm guessing web dev's pretty damn cursed. I think this is legal, right? Syntax error. Guess that's not legal. I guess it has to be the same type. I do not use this function. Neutral AI should go after creep AI. This attack function should go higher. I'm just kind of like, I'm just sort of like semantically organizing stuff at the moment. Ziglings and messed with threading. Do you know what a man goes through when you don't have threads? You want to know how much cursed shit I had to put up with without threads to get Python's multiprocessing to be fast? There's like a whole section of the Puffer white paper that's just devoted to like cursed tricks to make multiprocessing really fast. You know, the Puffer multiprocessing, one of the things I did that made it so much faster than everything else is I completely cut out interprocess communication, and I had processes would signal each other by writing to a block of shared memory and busy waiting for updates on that block. And that ended up cutting out like 40 microseconds per cycle, which just like made the whole thing way, way, way faster and scale 10 times better. I've seen some shit, all right? Looking at somebody who's seen some shit. Did I say milliseconds? I think it was micros. I said microseconds, I hope. But it was still huge. I have liked Ray's actor pool as the best multiprocessing tool in Python. It has an amazing API, but it's fucking slow. Raylib is the actual slowest multiprocessing implementation around for short-lived jobs. I timed it. It's bad. It's real bad. Sorry. I mean, we're talking like 100,000 jobs per second. Puffer actually, I think, can go higher than that. But yeah, like 100,000 like small jobs per second. Right? So you basically have 10 microseconds. Now, of course, you have that per process, so you have a little more time than that, but still, it's tight. I mean, when I say like Puffer, literally our implementation for fast workloads can be 10 times plus faster than other multiprocessing implementations. It makes that much of a difference. I don't want to save a line that badly to have to do that. Even I have limits. Oh, jeez. Okay, 1231 lines. Does it still work? I just reordered a bunch of stuff. It's way nicer now, though. Get rid of L2 distance. 1220 lines. It's way nicer. 40 kilobytes of code is what you're looking at. 40 KB for this whole sim. Let me commit up these changes. This is pretty sweet. I didn't want to do the human mode. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. Still huge. I think it was 1500 something before, so I think we literally cut 300 lines off the implementation. That's pretty solid. You don't often get to delete 300 lines and have it do the same thing. What's happening here? This is 2 rows. 8 columns, right? What was the implementation before? Zero through 7. Is there an 8? It's literally 0 through 7, isn't it? Yeah. Really? $255. Well, $255. Was that a sentinel? Pass. Yeah, that is a sentinel. What the hell? An action. Eight. How the hell is there an 8 in the map data? Oh. Wait, what? Do this. Alright. This works the same as before, right? Here come the agents. Nice. 1222 lines. That's a lot of changes. Nah, nothing cool. Ooh, more Raylib. Our text packer can pack sprites and fonts. That's really useful. That's like really useful. Ray is like one of these completely cracked devs who should be making a lot more than he is making. So I have no idea how much he's making, but given that he's selling these things on itch.io, he should be making all of the dollars because he makes really, really, really good software. What the hell is it with my ads? Like these freaking ads. Ray is so nice. You know, there are bindings for basically every language as well. And it's the same API. So you can literally use it with anything. It's native to C. It's a single file header only library. It's like 1.h file. It's awesome. It's like the library that I'd wished existed forever. Okay, it's 7:05. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I want to do today or if I just want to call it. Well, we could at least see if it's stable enough to run experiments on, right? It'd be nice to get a carb sweep going. Maybe we can figure out what was wrong with carbs before. Let's try that. I gotta go to dinner after. Did I build this? I did, right? Yeah. Yeah, we've already rebuilt. Okay. There was some weird bug where after one run it would like peter out. You see a little bit. Currently rewriting a couple tools from CLI to Ray GUI. That's cool. I mean, I love the idea of C, but in practice I never end up jamming C. Like, the language itself is fine, but like, I want more compile time checks, essentially. Like, I want I want just like tools built around it. I probably just want Zig is what I want, to be honest. Like I just want to be able to like compile C slow in a way that checks for all the stupid things and gives me reasonable error messages, and then compile it fast and not do any of the checks. You know? Oh, I see what happened. So that's why I end up never using C. I also just really value my dev speed, right? Well, I guess that's really the main thing, though, is just like fixing bugs with shitty or no error messages is not fun. Just want decent checks so I don't have shitty error messages. Language itself is great. Why is this invalid? Pretty much necessitates a debugger. It doesn't even help though, like frickin' seg faults. Like I'll spend most of my time writing Python in a debugger. But the thing is, it at least it doesn't want it like the debugger's not actively trying to kill you, right? Invalid hyperparameter configuration. Why? Oh, that's obnoxious. Yeah, that's really obnoxious. Okay, I think I fixed carbs. We can use carbs now. Carbs is pretty cool after all, right? I just want to see if the largest batch size OOM is the machine. Huh. 128k mini batch. I like bread. Bread's okay. I like bagels. Do bagels count as bread? Pasta is very good. I generally like pasta. Meat is much better than bread. It's that time of the evening. There's a little Mexican restaurant that I go to down the street pretty much every night. They do like a big tortilla soup with chicken, avocado, and cheese and stuff. Good quesadillas, and maybe once a week a margarita. Good time. I think bagels count. Bagels are good. And I think with Zig build system, you can do arbitrary compile time code generation, which is cool. I haven't tried any of that. I mean, I don't like. The thing I'm asking for is like, look, it should be like, it should just be like, whatever the build system. The build system should be called Zag. So it should just be like Zag, your file, dash dash safe, whatever. Or like Zag, your file, dash dash fast. That's it. Done. That's all I want. If you compile with dash dash safe, it uses a memory allocator that does bounds checking on frickin' everything. It does uninitialized checks on frickin' everything, right? It does like null pointer checks on everything, right? That'd be good. Didn't I literally just fix this? Okay, so you can't have both carbs and non-carbs working at the same. That's fine. Cool. Well, we have a sweep running. This is pretty cool. So I'll show this off, and then I think I'll call it for tonight. I usually have a long work day on Saturday. I do solo dev off stream, and I like to get myself a lot of rest before then. Then on Sunday, I gotta go run 22 miles, which is gonna suck. So, yeah. Carbs. Okay, so this is pretty cool. We now have the Wannabe Sweeps UI, pretty much as if this were native integrated with Wannabe, except instead of using their default Bayesian sweep method, it's using carbs. So the hyperparameters should be intelligently chosen, and they should tend to get much better over time. So you should actually, if your environment is amenable to improvement via better hyperparameters and longer training, if you're not just solving it, you should see this thing where like you get this cloud of points that goes up over time. And then you just have to run lots of jobs. Let me make sure it's set to a big number. Yeah, we're good. All right. I will let me know how I just pushed everything, so you should have the latest versions. I will be back streaming on Monday if you want to try to get stuff working before then and have any questions. I'm mostly going to be deving tomorrow, but I'll probably see them if you just post them in the Discord. The Discord is pretty much everywhere you look for it. Discord.gg/puffer. It's pretty nice. We've got this is 44 plus 370 people in it already, which is nice. Yeah. That's about all. Looks like this very well could hit 700 over the weekend, which would be amazing. Cool, see I can get it running tonight or in the morning. Yeah, whatever you want to do. And, I mean, there's a lot of work that can be done on and around it, so if you have specific ideas for stuff that you want to do on it, definitely let me know so that we don't do the exact same thing. Since I dev pretty much all day Saturday as well. So just, message me or whatever. I don't really do any dev on Sunday. I kind of just run until I'm unable to think. And then I, pass out. It's pretty much what my Sunday looks like. And then I go back to work on Monday. This is so awesome. This is great growth. And I've really just been doing Sims for the last month as well. Oh, I need to get generate a little GIF real quick. Just making a GIF for Twitter and then I'm signing off. The promo helps a ton. It really does. Like, basically none of what I'm doing would be worth building if nobody were seeing it. Why I post random stuff, because occasionally it just blows up, even the stupidest thing. Very nice. That's good progress for the week. All right, good night, Tree. I'm gonna go grab dinner and pass out. Thanks for stopping by, and see you.